Chapter number 2, cost classification. So in this topic, we're going to identify how we're going to classify cost. Actually, it's a part of cost accounting. Yesterday, I told you, right? What is the purpose of management accounting? Why we need management accounting? Management accounting create value for stakeholders. Today is your first day. Yesterday absent. Ma'am, your name? Coming from? Okay. Nellore. It's not belongs to Tamil Nadu. Okay, fine. Right. So cost classification comes under cost accounting. Cost accounting is a part of management accounting. So first few topics that we're going to discuss, actually it comes under cost accounting, right? So under cost classification, this is your flow chart that we're going to discuss the cost terminologies related to cost theory and cost coding. You all know nowadays everything is digitalized. If you go to supermarket, right, all products, they have a code. We call that code as barcode. So barcode is a method to directly capture the data. That is, we call DTC method, which means direct data capturing method, right? So data entry operators are not required. So earlier, everything we manually feed to the system. So we need a data entry operator. Now with the coding system, data is directly captured by the system itself, right? So if you take checks, check clips, right? So that is also have some coding, right? And even if you take okay, behind this computer, right, did they mention any codes, numbers? CH4, is there any numbers? Yes. Out of the classroom, right, the door, did they mention anything? What is that? CH04. What is CH means? Chair. Chennai. If you go to the other building, did you have lectures in the other building, new building? The code starts with CHN, Chennai new. CHO, Chennai old. It's CHO, Chennai old building. CHN, Chennai new building. Right? Classroom number is 4. So it's a coding system. Actually, the coding system helps us to identify, locate, define that particular products. For example, if you go to Bangalore, BLR. So BLR1, BLR2, BLR3, 9. Sometimes if you look at some assets, I think it's a small company, therefore they are not meeting like accounting fully, right? Full bookkeeping, if they are maintaining all these assets, they placed a serial number, right? Those who studied accounting might know, we call, in your college and all you might see, right? Even every chair, behind the chair, there may be a number, serial number, right? Which means it is coding. Likewise, the cost is also, we need properly code. Then only we can incorporate it to AR, this particular systems, right? So how do that coding? How do that coding that we're going to discuss? If your parents are doing business, for example, supermarkets or hardwares, right? Businesses, right? They also use coding system, right? Go to a shop and ask, let's say something if you want to buy, that person will tell 100 rupees and you're asking just, can't you reduce? Then what he will do? He will go and check a numerical number, arithmetical, or else sometimes it's not numbers, like letters, maybe like XY. That person only know what is X and what is Y. So let's say X is 7, Y is 5. So how much cost? 75. What is the selling price? 100. You're asking to reduce. Now he is saying XY. XY means maximum 90. I can't reduce further. He's telling like that. So likewise, coding is very important nowadays. Coding give the privacy to you all. Coding help us to feed cost data into the system. So we're going to discuss how to do those codings, right? And also we're going to classify cost, right? According to different elements, according to different nature, function, and the behavior. For example, in this class, I can classify you all into two categories. What are the, based on what? Gender I can classify. According to gender, there are two people, right? Male and female. I hope no one in between, either male or female, right? This classification is according to the gender. This classification is according to the gender. According to the geographical location, the people from Tamil Nadu, the people out of Tamil Nadu, can or can't? According to the religion, I can classify Hindus, Christians, Muslims, like I can classify. Therefore, cost is also according to elements, nature, function, and the behavior we are going to classify. Finally, very, very important, high-low method. Did you heard about high-low method? In your school, you didn't study high-low method. Commerce, right? College, you didn't study high-low method. No? Seriously? BCom students, you didn't heard about high-low method. Okay, leave it. I'll teach you what is high-low method and how it works, right? So high-low method is a method that we use to identify the elements of total cost. For example, to make this calculator, I am telling the total cost is 1000 rupees. To make this calculator, the total cost is 1000 rupees. Within this 1000 rupees, there are fixed cost. There are variable cost. There are semi-variable cost. Yes or no? High-low method is used to identify these cost element. How much is fixed, how much is variable. Is that clear? For Arivu, if you take the rent cost is a fixed cost. Rent cost is a fixed cost. Lecturer fee is a variable cost. Lecturer fee is a variable cost. For example, like certain lecturers are full-time here, right? They are getting a fixed salary. No problem. But majority of the lecturers are visiting lecturers. Every single hour, the payment credited to them. So it is a variable cost. So your course fee includes fixed element and variable element. Majority of the course fee goes to whom? Whatever the amount you paid, the majority of your course fee goes to whom? Lecturers only. If lecturers reduce their rate, your course fee will be reduced significantly. You understood what I'm saying? Right. So who is taking majority of your portion? The lecturers. That's why the management is slowly shifting from part-time, which means visiting lecturers, to full-time lecturers. It is very profitable to keep a full-time lecturer trained and assigning multiple subjects rather than taking visiting or part-time lecturers subject-wise, because it is very expensive. For 20 days, 30 days, 3-4 lakhs is big amount. Right? That is also those people won't work for full day. 12:30 means 12:30. After that they will go and they do their lectures. Right? For 4 hours giving that amount is not lucrative. Yes or no? But unfortunately, one person cannot teach all the subjects. There is a disadvantage also. Subject expertism is also matter. You got my point, but I'm telling. Right? Therefore, the cost include the components like variable and fixed. We should identify how much of fixed component, how much of variable component, how we can identify through a method called high-low method. Through a method called high-low method. That is bit tricky, maths part, right? We'll discuss that at the last. Other than that, the topic is not that difficult, very comfortable. Is that clear? Understood? Yesterday I gave you a paper. There are 9 questions. All done? Good. Right. Now, what is mean by cost? Don't write anything. Read and tell. What is cost? Why late? Traffic. Huh? At what time you wake up? 7 o'clock? 7:30? 8 o'clock? 7:45? 8. Very good. Come. Students, at what time you all are sleeping? Anyone who sleep before 10? Anyone who sleep before 11? Before 12? Before 1? Before 2? 1 to 2? No one? 2 to 3? 2 to 3. Till 2 o'clock, what do you do? Are you doing any other work? Studying? Browsing phone? 2 to 3. Good. Okay, now, at what time you wake up at morning? Those who wake up in between 4 to 5. 5 to 6. 6 to 7. 7 to 8. If you don't have lectures, 7 to 8. 8 to 9. 9 to 10. 10 to 11. 11 to 12. No. Okay, good. Good. Harish, 4 to 5. Wake up time? 6. Sure? Sure? 5 to 6? Always? Depends. Fine. Fine. Sleep. Because this is the age you can take rest. You got my point. Good resting is important. Don't sleep early morning. Like 4 o'clock you are sleeping and you wake up at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. No. Train your brain to sleep at least at 9 or 10 o'clock. Train. At least at this age. If you take myself, I am sleeping at 2 o'clock. And I should wake up at 4:30. So per day, 2.5 hours, 3 hours, maximum sleeping time. Train. After finish your lectures, I should go, I should do my work, and then I need to prepare. Train. So it's lifestyle is changing after 30s, sometime 25. Thereafter, you don't have time. So therefore, now take rest and be healthy. But unfortunately, in the age of 17, 18 itself, you are taking too much of risk timings. What is risk timings means? You can sleep, but you are not sleeping. You can take rest, but you are not taking rest. You got my point, right? So keep certain disciplines. It's important. One is time management. You got my point, right? I can start class at 8:30, no problem. But I do not want to start the class like that. You got my point. So try to keep certain disciplines. One of the discipline is daily schedule. What to eat, at what time to eat, both matters. You got my point. So keep those disciplines. That helps you in your workplace also, right? Don't compromise those things. Train. The failure of the day start the point that you keep alarm at 5 o'clock, and 5 o'clock you wake up, and again you change that alarm to 6 o'clock, and again you are sleeping, right? So you should have certain disciplines. It's very important, right? So try out and see. And don't let your brain to recognize a daytime as night. It's a problem. So if you are sleeping at 7, 8, 9, outside it's a daytime. Thereafter, while you are in the class also, your brain won't sleep. Daytime, nighttime. Don't wake up during late nights, and don't let more mobile phone, right? Don't use your mobile phone, but screen time is daytime. When you are in the screening time, which means you are in the laptop or you are in the phone, your brain will recognize it as a daytime. You got my point? Understood? So don't confuse your brain. Don't confuse your brain. Therefore, try to keep these disciplines. I'll tell you, all these things are not silly things. If you have these disciplines, right, your memory power, your IQ level will definitely increase. Your memory power and IQ levels are definitely increase. Try to reduce earpods. Don't listen too much of music, right? So those are not good for your brain, right? Then see how much of thing that you can memorize. That is called mind mapping. You got my point? I'll give you Kaplan study text, management, accounting, audit, whatever the subjects that I'm teaching. Go to whatever the page and tell me the page number. I'll tell you what is there. The entire page. Paragraph number 1, this is what there. Paragraph number 2, this is what there. Paragraph number 3, this is what there. There is a question name is also I can tell you. You got my point, that to the extent that is we call hyperlink mind mapping. What is hyperlink mind mapping? The content page is here. If you click the topic is also there. Inside the topic, what are the questions? So everything should be fed to your mind. Your mind should be a vacuum cleaner. What is mean by vacuum cleaner? When something is out, it should vacuum. You got my point. Likewise, when a knowledge is shared with you all, your brain should be quickly capturing and putting to the brain. Right. So certain people, there are scholars who can able to remember every single line also. So they might say, okay, this is page number, this is second line, this is what it's mentioning, this is the meaning of. So that is called, your brain is 100% work as vacuum cleaner. Right. So capturing, like direct data capturing only, your brain is captured. So keep your brain healthy. Right. Then your body is always healthy. But the problem is, you all are giving maximum effort to your body, right? Food habits, right? Gym, exercise, but you fail to train your brain. For body, gym. For brain, what exercise that you are giving to your brain? But I'll tell you what you guys are doing, not sleeping. Number 1. Number 2, screening time. Too much of screening, unproductive screening time. Number 3, too much of sleep, daytime. Number 4, you are not thinking. You are not let your brain to think. Immediately the device. And the device, you are trusting the device. ChatGPT, AI, all those things. You are not letting your brain to think. And your brain become dead. Once your brain is dead, you have so many problems. Problem number 1. So every day I'm studying. At the time of studying, I can understand. Once I go home, I forgot everything. Again, I should study. Again, I should forget. So I can't remember anything when it's close to exam. Because your brain, like a battery, the charging capacity is very less. You put for charge and within 5-10 minutes, it's become 0. Why? You fail to train your brain. Understood? Is that clear? Therefore, what are the exercises that you should do to keep your brain active? Today, after I finish this topic, go home, take a piece of paper, A4 paper, and try to write whatever the things we discussed today. If you can able to write 100%, the same order, your IQ level and Albert Einstein's IQ level, both are same. Okay, today's started cost classification. Then, can you tell me that whatever the things I put in the flowchart? Think, who can tell everything what is there in the flowchart? Problem, right? It's a problem, right? Therefore, you should be able to do that exercise. You should be able to do that daily basis. And while you are traveling, I'll tell you what I do. When I travel in the bus those days, you know that posters, roadside, there are posters, right? So I start with telephone number. First, I'll see the poster. Then I can, while just I'm traveling in the bus, right? I will recall that telephone number quickly, whether I can able to capture those 10 digits or 9 digits or whatever. Sri Lanka is 10 digits, right? Then the next poster, similar poster, when I see, I'll cross check, but I feed to brain whether the number is right or wrong. You understood what I'm saying? You got my point what I'm saying? Therefore, try to read more, try to buy heart more. If you like songs, to what extent you can buy heart, how quickly you can buy heart. All those are training to your brain. And also try to your input devices as much as possible. Your brain, your body has certain input devices. What are the input devices in your body? Number one is eyes. Number two is ears. Number three is nose. When it comes to education, we are not using nose. No, you can't smell and understand that capacity you don't have. Right? If you're a chef, yes. Right? Ears and eyes, try to utilize as much as possible. That's why the learning always start with writing. When you write, you are seeing. When you read, you are hearing. Try to do both as much as possible. I ask you to practice more question. Why? Train your eyes. Through that, it's going. You got my point? And also, when you are studying, try to read and study. Read loud. Some students, when you are studying, analyzing cost, 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 cost. Likewise, certain people inside the room, they close the door and louder they read and they study. Right? Don't feel bad. It's a good methodology. You should do like that. Right? Some people keep the books and okay, they louder they read. Louder they read. You have to. You know why? You know why? Because your input devices are working properly. That's why always I am telling the best way to study is teach. Best way to study is, if you want to learn the concept clearly, go and teach someone else. So inside the class, those who are absent, ask them to come. I'll teach you. Come. You teach. Because when you are teaching, you are using both input devices. You are teaching both input devices. Try out this. To do that, your brain should be active. Your brain should not be dead. Your brain should be active. Your brain should not be dead. Is that clear? Understood? Yes. Okay. Okay, what is cost? Actually, cost is, students, whatever the elements included to make a product or service, that monetary value we call cost. That monetary value we call, for example, ACCA. How much you paid for foundation? 29,500 for ACCA. Single paper. 29,500. Only for MA. Only for MA. 29,500. This 29,500 includes AC cost. Yes or no? Because this curriculum include that cost. Yes or no? Tables and chairs. Tables and chairs, wear and tear. That is called depreciation. Yes or no? The rent of this classroom. Yes or no? The lecture payment. Yes or no? My ticket fare. Yes or no? Up and down ticket. Right? And food allowance. During the period of 20 days, I should eat. No. For that also they should give. Right? So how much they are giving? 30,000 rupees. Right? So 30,000 rupees is given for my expenses during my stay here. Right? Then the accommodation, the apartment cost. Right? All these things should be included. These are the elements to deliver this particular program to students. These are the elements to deliver this particular program to students. So whatever the cost, whatever the elements, all these elements are monetary values. For example, up and down ticket cost. How much it cost? 25,000 INR. So 25,000 Indian rupee Arivu spent for tickets. It's a cost. Why it's a cost? Within this course, it's an element. That element have some monetary value. Monetary? Yes, sir. So let's say the apartment, 20 days, that cost. Monetary value. So whatever the monetary value included in order to make a product or service. In order to make a product or service, that is called cost. That is called cost. Is that clear? The cost, the primary condition, it should be measurable. It should be measurable. So here see, manufacture product. If you want to produce a product, whatever the components that you use to manufacture that product, that is also cost. So it can be material, it can be labor, it can be overhead. What is material? Let's say if you are producing a scooter, right? The metal, engine, whatever the spare parts, all those are materials. That materials need to be assembled. That is called labor. So that certain expenses are included. That is called overheads. Here the overheads are electricity is an overhead. Rent is an overhead. Those are not a direct cost. It is indirect cost. So all these are called cost. All these are called. We need to identify the cost. We need to identify the cost. Why we should identify the cost? So every management accountant need to clearly identify the cost of the product or service. Cost of the product or service. Why they should identify? Very simple. I told you the primary purpose of management accounting is what? Value. When we can add value? Once we should increase the selling price. But increase selling price, customers are not happy. Second one, minimize the cost. To minimize the cost, you should identify the cost. To minimize the cost, you should identify the cost. Right. I think like 2 years before, all foundation papers we did. All are visiting papers. But we know it's very expensive. Right. Then we decided, okay, fine, let's take full-time lecturers and we'll do foundation. Right. Then after some time, I'm coming here to take MA. Right. So what I'm telling is, taking a lecturer visiting basis from Sri Lanka to deliver foundation papers is very expensive. Very expensive. How to manage that cost? Is not. How to manage that cost? How to manage it? Instead of taking visiting lecturers, we can take full-time lecturers. Yes or no? For 150,000, 200,000, we can take full-time lecturers and we can do the programs. So to take that kind of decisions, first of all, we should identify how much it costs first. You understood what I am telling. So why we need to understand and analyze cost? First of all, to control the cost, to reduce the cost. Based on the cost only, we are deciding selling price. Yes or no? So to decide selling price also, we need to understand the cost. To decide the selling price also, we need to understand the cost. Third thing, whether to produce or not. For that also, we should understand the cost. Whether to produce or not, for that also, we should understand the cost. Finally, I think management accounting is assigned to some other lecturer. Yes or no? Not for me. Because it is not in my schedule. My schedule says like September only I'm starting what? Audit. That is also in Bangalore. Right? Suddenly I got a call. So can you come and take MA at Chennai? And I said, no. Yes. Should. It's okay, fine. But maximum 2 weeks, which means 20 days. I can finish it off. Okay, you should come. So what I am telling here is like, whether to conduct this program with this lecturer or not, the decision should be taken by whom? The management. For that, management should assess cost. If they didn't assess cost, they can't take that decision. They can't take that because end of August I am going back. Again, first week of September, I should come here. Not for Chennai, I'm coming to Bangalore. For what? Advanced audit and assurance and audit and assurance. Right. So what I am trying to tell you is why we should understand cost. Whether to produce or not. Whether to produce or not. Let's say you are putting a shop, a biryani shop, where everywhere biryani, a healthy meal, right? So entire Chennai, right? Normally, if I come here, I cook and eat. I won't eat outside. You know why? The chicken is red color. I don't know where. I never saw chickens like red color, green color, full of dye. Chicken color is not like that, right? And everywhere biryani, 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 biryani. What is this, right? So if I find thousand shops of biryani, only one shop where I can find a proper rice and curry. What is this, right? So what I am telling here is why everywhere biryani? Two reasons. One is primary price. Price is premium. The second thing is easy to prepare. Rice and curry means you should prepare 5-6 curries, yes or no? But biryani is easy to make. Third one, there is a demand. There is a demand. And also, fourth one, it's give a good contribution, profit. Give a good contribution. Because Chennai only, here, India, early morning 3 o'clock also you can sell biryani. Late night 12 o'clock also you can sell biryani. For lunch also you can, it's a universal dish where throughout 24 hours you can sell. It's not a meal for lunch. It's not a meal for dinner. It's not a meal for breakfast. It is like 24 hours food. So you can keep. Yes or no? So what to produce? The decision based on cost also. Not only cost, but cost is also a factor. Whether to make or not. Is that clear? Why people are not making rice and curry? More effort, less margin. More cost. Here, let's say you make a biryani at 10 o'clock morning. Late night 10 o'clock also you can sell. Just heat and sell. No problem. Right. Next one. The cost to run particular department. Say here, Arivu, how many programs we are offering? ACCA, CA, CMA US, CMA India, CS, CFA, CIA, CPA, FRM, EA, all these programs we have. Now tell, which program gives maximum profit to Arivu? Number one is CA. Number two, ACCA. These ACCA fellows are very rude, you know, because majority of your course fee we only take and go. Right. We only take and go. Right. So the margin was comparatively less. Right. So what I am trying to tell you is, Arivu should decide whether to run all these programs or not. They have a Tambaram, they have a branch in Tambaram. Right. What are the programs they are offering? CA, CS, those programs, local programs only they are offering. Are they offering ACCA? Huh? If they offer, what will happen? The cost become double. I will take one management accounting here, then I'll go there and I'll take another management accounting. Within 20 days, I will get 6 lakhs. You understood what I'm saying? Therefore, to decide which program I should run, I should understand the cost. So management accountant is not just an accountant. Management accountant is cross-functional. See, it's actually cross-functional. So how many departments involved? Production department involved, whether to produce or not. Marketing department involves selling price. Operations department involved, whether to produce or not. So it's a cross-functional. So everything, the primary aspect is what? You should understand the cost. You should understand the cost. Understood? Write it down. Subheading, write down cost. Cost include elements Cost include elements to produce goods or services. To produce goods or services. Right. Students, you all understood why we should understand cost, why we should analyze cost, why the knowledge of cost is important for a management accountant, not only for management accountant, entire board of directors, entire department heads, entire operational staff, everyone should understand the cost. Everyone should understand the cost. Let's give you a simple example. Yesterday, we should start class at 8 o'clock, right? So class actually started at 8:30 because of the mic problem. Yes, sir. That half an hour cost company. That half an hour cost company. Therefore, every employee should understand the value of the cost. Every employee should understand the value of the cost. Soon after your class, someone should come and switch off the AC. If they switch off AC at 4 o'clock, what will happen? It's a cost. So technically, understanding cost is not only for management accountant. All the stakeholders should understand the value of the cost. So it's a collective effort to manage cost. It is not just based on the strategies or the decisions. Is that clear? Right. Now, subheading write down responsibility accounting. See, there are different types of accounting: financial accounting, management accounting. What is mean by responsibility accounting? Here, if I am taking management accounting or cost center, for example, let's say I am handling marketing. I'm handling marketing. Arivu, I'm handling marketing. I'm marketing manager. That marketing division is a responsibility account, which means, okay, I'm telling, okay, for management accounting class is starting on, let's say, okay. So it's my duty. I will bring 50 students. Bring 50 students. After session started, only 5 students. There is a problem in responsibility accounting. So responsibility accounting means you should take accountability. You should take accountability and you should take responsibility for your actions and inactions. For your actions and inactions. So that is called responsibility accounting. So actually the cost centers, what are the cost centers in a company? Marketing is a cost center. Operation is a cost center. Production is a cost center. HR is a cost center. All these are cost centers. Those who are operating at these cost centers, they are responsibility centers as well. They are responsibility managers as well. They are responsibility accounting. Whatever you are reporting, it should be responsibility accounting. Is that clear? Is that clear? So here see, the responsibility accounting is identifying individual parts of the business that comes under single manager. That comes under single manager. At your home, everything comes under father. Yes or no? Yes. Then problem. Certain things comes under father, certain things comes under mother. Yes or no? What to cook, who decide? Mother or father? Morning, father, today you should cook this. Then it's a problem, right? So certain things comes under mother, certain things comes under father. It's a responsibility. It's a responsibility accounting. You got my point? So actually management accountants, they create this responsibility accounting because that is the way to control them. I told you the purpose of management accounting is what? Controlling. How to control? Very simple. Responsibility accounting. You are handling marketing. You are accountable for that. You are handling marketing means you are accountable there. So if I ask questions, you should respond. So actually every cost center have a manager. That manager is a responsibility accounting. Understood what is the term mean by responsibility accounting? There are three types of centers, Lamai. One is cost center. Two is revenue center. Three is profit center. Finally, I would say investment center. There are four types, right? So under that, write down cost center, number one. Cost center. Number two, revenue center. Number three, profit center. Number four, investment center. All these are responsibility centers. Huh? All these are responsibility centers. See here, students, the cost center, actually cost center deals with cost. Actually, cost center deals with cost. How to control or manage cost. How to control or manage cost. That is the cost center. Revenue center, how to increase sales. How to increase sales. Then profit center, it's deal with cost and revenue. When your profit center is performing very well, the profit center is performing very well, good profit, you end up with surplus cash. You end up with surplus finance, surplus funds. What are you going to do? When you have surplus, you should go for investment. When you have surplus, you should go for investment. Don't do it.
Hello. Okay, I think maybe mic எதனா இஷ்யூவாக இருக்கும் போல இருக்கு. ஓகே, அப்போ நாங்கள் எட்டி மைக் வேறு ஆர்டர் பண்ணுறோம் இன்னைக்கு. நீங்கள் ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு மெயில் மட்டும் போட்டுருங்க, இந்த மாதிரி உங்கள் சைட்லேருந்து மைக் வந்து இஷ்யூவாக இருக்குதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு நானும் மெயில் போடுறேன். ஓகே, மீன்ஸ் இந்த இதுவில் இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுறேன், சென்னை குரூப். ஓகேவா தனுஷ்? ஸோ ஆப்ரேஷன் சைட்லேருந்து நாங்களும் போட்டு கிறிஸ்டபர் சார் கிட்ட பேசி வேறு ஆர்டர் பண்ண சொல்லலாம். ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ.
Tags and FMNP.
Nothing to finish on. You can finish as well. We go to practice simulations. We go to spend time as much as possible. That's smart. It's too cool. It's too hot for me. Saturday, I will be because I'm not music. She's only us. Sunday service started those who are in the holiday month, Sunday is always I think Delhi is also probably month. I told you, like, time is not with me actually. Like, so I can't decide anything. Because time is given to different people. So now, see, you all are lucky, right? Now your problem is you have more time. Huh? Okay, let's start. Time correct. Heading right down semi-variable cost. Heading right down semi-variable cost. Semi-variable cost. Semi-variable cost. See here, students, if you take CS students, level of activity, total cost. Can you hear what she is telling outside? No? Not eating, talking. Total cost, level of activity. See here, students, there are certain costs. It's a combination of fixed cost and variable cost. There are certain costs, it's a combination of fixed cost and variable cost. For example, let's take, if you are producing a product, that includes variable cost and fixed cost together. That is we call total cost. So, normally semi-variable cost means, total cost is semi-variable cost. It's a combination of fixed cost and variable cost. It's a combination of fixed cost and variable cost. So, total cost equals total fixed cost and total variable cost. Understood? So, if I plot this in a graph, it's like this. So, this is total cost. Don't write total variable cost because total variable cost is here. This is your total variable cost. Total fixed cost is here. This is called total fixed cost. So, combination of total fixed cost and total variable cost, we call that as what cost? Total. So, if I plot this in your equation, the regression, did you study regression equation in your college? Regression, scatter diagram, correlationship, R is equals to 1, R is equals to 0, R is equals to 0 to 1. Positive correlation, negative correlation, partially positive correlation, partially negative correlation, no correlation, scatter diagram, regression analysis. No, very good. Right. Now, total cost is equals to, see, I'm changing this equation into this function into a relationship into an equation. Total cost is equals to A plus BX. A plus BX. What is A? This total cost, I make it Y. Yeah? Y is equals to A plus BX. A is equals to total fixed cost. Y is equals to semi-variable cost. Semi-variable cost. That means total cost. B is equals to unit variable cost. X is equals to number of units. Unit variable cost multiplied by number of units equals to total variable cost. Total variable cost. Therefore, total cost is equals to total fixed cost and total variable cost. That is plotted here. I rearrange this into a formula called y equal to a plus bx. Understood? What is semi-variable cost? Semi-variable cost shows the characteristics of fixed cost and variable cost together. Fixed cost and variable cost together. For example, your electricity bill. There is a fixed component, there is a variable component. Postpaid connection, mobile postpaid connection, there is a fixed element, there is a variable element. Prepaid is different. I am talking about postpaid. Landline connection, you have fiber lines, internet fiber line, home, fiber line connections, fixed element, variable element. Fixed element and variable element. Water bill. Water bill, you don't have water bill. Water. Drinking water. Water line. Monthly, how much bill you are getting? Yearly. Drinking water, right? Water line. Pipeline. Pipeline. Yearly, how much? For me, monthly 6,000 rupees for 1 month. Right. So it's a water line. Right. That is also fixed element and the variable element. Fixed element and the variable. Copy this. Y is this one, total cost. A is total fixed cost. Bx is total variable cost. Actually, total variable cost comprising B multiplied by X. B is unit variable cost. For 1 unit, how much variable cost? Multiplied by X is number of units. X is number of units. Understood? So example, if you want, write it down: electricity bill, telephone bill, water bill. That right. Important area, heading right down, identifying cost behavior. Mark it as important. Identifying cost behavior. Identifying cost behavior. Okay, right. Mark it as important. Students, what type of cost it is? What type of cost? It's a semi-variable cost. So semi-variable cost includes total fixed cost and total variable cost. I can rearrange this as y is equals to a plus bx. Now, if I said this total fixed cost is 10,000, sorry, total cost is 10,000. Tell me how much total fixed cost within this, how much variable cost within this, because total cost is 10,000. Total cost is 10,000. How much total fixed cost and how much total variable cost? Problem, no? You got my point what I am telling? That means if someone comes and tells you the total cost is 10,000, we need a method to find out within that 10,000 how much fixed component, how much variable component. Is that clear? So how to figure out that? For that we apply high-low method to find out the variable component and the fixed component within total cost, that is semi-variable cost. What method we use? High-low method we use. So under this, write it down. High-low method, under this write it down. High-low method is used. High-low method is used to identify fixed element and variable element, fixed element and variable element within total cost. Within total cost. Within total cost. Students understood? Understood? So if in your exam, if they give total cost, semi-variable cost, what method you should apply? High-low method you should apply to figure out the fixed component and the variable component. Is that clear? Under that, draw this diagram. Under this diagram, draw this, under this notes, draw this diagram. Here see, when we are applying high-low method, we are using some assumptions. Assumptions, right? What is the Tamil word for assumption? Assumptions. Irfan. That is guess. Right, assumptions. Right. So assumptions, number one, total fixed cost is constant. Total fixed cost is constant. Total fixed cost is constant. But actually total fixed cost is not constant. In the long run, it shows a step up. But what we assume here, total fixed cost is always constant. Number two, unit variable cost is constant. Unit variable cost is constant. Correct, right? Total fixed cost is constant. Unit variable cost is also constant. Right? Right. Now, heading right down, high-low method. heading write down high low method. High low method. Total cost equal total fixed cost plus total variable cost. Total cost equals total fixed cost plus unit variable cost multiplied by number of units. Y equals A plus BX. Step 1. Identify cost at highest and lowest activity. Write it down. I'll do a question, then you can understand. Identify cost at highest and lowest activity levels. Identify cost at highest and lowest activity levels. Highest and lowest activity levels. Step number 2. Step number 2. What is the Tamil word for step? Step number. Padinilai. See, number 2, identify variable cost per unit. Identify variable cost per unit. Identify variable cost per, that means B. You need to figure out B. B is equals to cost at highest activity level minus cost at lowest activity. Don't write L and L. Data, when you are reading, you get confused, right? Cost at highest activity level minus cost at lowest activity level. Okay? Divided by highest activity level units minus lowest activity level units. Copy this. This is your second step. This is your second steps. Step number 3. Step number 3. Calculate total fixed cost by substitution. Under that, write down y is equal a plus bx. Calculate total fixed cost by substitution. Okay, just write it down. When I do a question, you can understand. Step number 4. Step number 4. formulate cost equation. Formulate cost equation. Formulate cost equation. Understood? Steps understood? Okay. Concentrate. I'll do a question. Example. One side write down output. Other side write down total cost. So total cost means, students, what type of cost it is? Semi-variable cost. So output 200, output 300, output 400. Total cost 7,000, total cost 8,000, total cost 9,000. So if you take this total cost, it is like this. So it include fixed element and the variable element. Understood? Understood? Now within this cost, I need to find out the fixed element and the variable element. Understood? Understood? See here, they gave 200 units, 7,000 cost. 300 units, 8,000 cost. 400 units, 9,000 cost. It is semi-variable cost. Within this cost, I am trying to identify the fixed element and the variable element. Now, let's move to the step. What is the first step, students? Read. Go and read first step. Mage moona diha balala wadanne. Identify the highest activity level. Here, what is highest activity level? 400 is the highest activity level. What is the lowest activity level? 200 is the lowest activity level. This is the first step. This is the first step. Now, step number 2. B is equals to cost at highest activity level, concentrate, minus cost at lowest activity level divided by highest activity minus lowest activity. How much B? Calculate. Get the answer. When you are using calculator, if you are a right-hander, use calculator left hand. If you are a left-hander, use calculator in right hand. 10 per unit. 10 per. Okay. If you are a right-hander, always use equipments in the left hand. Right. If you are a right-hander, when you are drive, use left hand. How many of you are using like that? Right-handers should use, other than writing, you should use most of the time left hand. Eating, okay, fine, right hand. Other than that, left hand. Right. For teacup, try to take from the left hand and see. When you are doing things, right, try to take a left hand and see. You know why? It's a brain exercise. When you are doing like that, both of your sides brains are working. If you are comfortable with right hand, if you are doing everything with right hand only, then the left side of the brain only get work. When you are using left hand, right side of the brain also work. Therefore, try to balance both. That's why when you are studying, try to use both hands. That's why I'm telling all equipments use in left hand. How to develop that competency? Sometimes when you are using a calculator, difficult, right? Right. You have to use it. What you should do is go home and take a bottle like this. Fine. Take another bottle. Fill water. Use only left hand. If you are a right hander, try to pour water without spill. You got my point? So try to do those kind of exercises. When you try to use both, if you can, both hands, if you can write, best. If I am teaching in the whiteboard, what I do is I will write in the right hand. When it comes to my neck, here I'll take the left hand and I'll write. Right. So try to use both hands. That is the best exercise for your brain. That is the best exercise for your brain. That's why I'm telling, try to use all your devices in the left hand. It's good, no? While you are writing, you can do two works at a time. Fun. Right. Okay. Now 10 per unit. What is the third step? Read it. We're going to substitute. Concentrate. Don't try to become journalist. Wait. Right. So total cost is equals to total fixed cost plus total variable cost. Correct, right? Correct, right? Y is equals to A plus BX. Concentrate. X is units. Yes or no? Y is total cost. Yes or no? You should substitute either highest activity or lowest activity here. I am taking highest activity. Y is 9,000. You can use lowest also. Don't use other than highest or lowest. Answer is wrong. Always you should choose highest or 9,000. A, I don't know. Total fixed cost, I don't know. Plus B, 10. X, 400 units. Now, A plus 10 multiplied by 400, 4,000. Yes or no? 9,000 here. A, 9,000 plus 4,000 minus 4,000 here. A, that means total fixed cost is equals to 5,000. Understood? Understood? Copy this. Online students understood? நிகழ்நிலை மாணவர்கள் நான் கற்பித்தது விளங்கிச்சு. To the point where when we speak Tamil people can't understand Tamil. You understand anything? First step is also done. What is the fourth step? Formulate cost equation. Formulate cost equation. Lamai, y is equals to a plus bx. 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 Within this, y is changing variable. Concentrate. Changing variable. A is constant variable. Already we discussed TFC is constant. B is unit variable cost. That is also constant variable. X is changing variable. X is changing variable. What is the assumption? B and A constant. B and A constant. So constant variable is constant at any activity level. Constant variable is constant at any activity level. Go and check the graph. Total fixed cost is constant regardless of activity. Unit variable cost is constant regardless of activity. So I can take this constant variable and I can formulate a formula. What is the formula? Y is equals to 5,000 plus 10x. 5,000 plus 10x. If you take 5,000 plus 10x, 5,000 is fixed cost constant. 10 is unit variable cost constant. 10 is unit variable cost constant. Understood? Understood? Now, wait. I'll give you a question now. We can do this, we can use this formula to do forecasting. For example, 200, 300, 400, they gave cost. Shall we find out cost at 800 units? Just a guess. Just a forecast. How to do? Very simple. Y is equals 5,000 plus 10 into 800. 5,000 plus 8,000. 13,000 is the cost. Can we do forecasting also? We can do forecasting also. So we find out fixed cost, we find out unit variable cost, and also through high-low method, we can do forecasting also. Understood? Now see, they gave total cost, which is semi-variable cost. We apply high-low method and we figure out fixed component and the variable component. We formulate an equation. Using that equation, we can do forecasting. We can do forecasting. Understood? Understood?
Yes.
Understood? Copy this. You didn't study this in your college? No. Studied, no? Studied. Actually, this is there in grade 10 Sri Lankan syllabus. Costing. Done? Students, what I am teaching, understandable? Understood? Done. Okay. Now try this question. You should figure out whether it is a variable cost or fixed cost or semi-variable cost. They ask us to determine the cost behavior, no? How to determine cost behavior? Cost behavior means fixed cost, variable cost, step fixed cost, semi-variable cost. So they gave material, labor, rent and electricity. You should mention what type of cost these four are. Whether it is a fixed cost, whether it is a variable cost, whether it is a semi-variable cost, or whether it is a step fixed cost. Now don't apply your judgments like this. Material cost na எப்படியுமே direct தான் பரவாயில்லை போட்டுருங்க direct cost variable cost semi variable. There are rules. What are the rules?
Variable cost or semi-variable.
Very simple. See here, characteristics I'll tell you. You get questions like this. If the total fixed cost is constant, it is a fixed cost. If the unit variable cost is constant, it is a variable cost. If any cost which not falls under these two category, it is semi-variable cost. You understood what I'm saying? See, very simple. Concentrate. I prove. Material. Unit cost, let's calculate. 500 divided by 1000. How much? Pansiyak bedenda dahain. 500 பிரித்துவிடுங்கள் வகுத்தல் 1000. 0.5. Here 1000 divided by 1000. How much? 1000 divided by 1000? 1000 divided by 0? 1000 divided. ஒரு நாள் கிளாஸுக்கு வந்துட்டு நான் போனா பண்ற பாட்டு இருக்கே. I don't know whether I am motivating you all or not, but all you all are together, you all are putting so much of stress on me. So when I said 1000 divided by 1000, he said 1. Then I asked what? No, 0. That is the amount of confidence that you have. Right? 1000 divided by 1000, how much? Two thousand divided by 1000. 202, no? 700 divided by 1000. 0. Now this is for 1000 units, no? Now let's take for 2000 units. See the way that I am come to conclusions. 2000 units, like 1000 cost divided by 2000. How much? 0.5. Therefore, unit variable cost is constant. It's a variable cost. Unit variable cost is constant. It is a variable cost. Is that clear? So I am calculating unit variable cost. Here, 2000 is the cost divided by 2000 units. It is 1. So again, unit variable cost is constant. It is a variable cost. It is a variable cost. Now rent, see here, 2000 divided by 2000, it is 1. So 1000 units, 2 rupee, 2000 unit, 1 rupee. Therefore the cost is reducing, but the total cost is constant. Total cost is constant. So total fixed cost is constant. Unit fixed cost is reducing. Unit fixed cost is reducing. Therefore it's a fixed cost. You got my point? You got my point? Marandu pochina inge. See here. Total fixed cost, unit fixed cost. It is reducing. Understood? We discussed. So the characteristics are like that. Next one. Next one. 900 divided by 2000. How much? யோசிச்சு சொல்லலும்டா என்ன செய்யல கால்குலேட்டர் எடுத்து டைப் பண்ணி சொல்லுங்கலடா 0.45 now concentrate. Both are same or different? Therefore it is not a variable cost. Look at the total. Both are same or different? Therefore it's not a fixed cost. Then what it is? Semi variable cost. Semi variable cost, it is not constant, but unit cost is reducing. Unit cost is reducing. That is called semi variable cost. Understood? How to reach answers? Understood? Understood? Copy. You feel like you are writing too much? No? Have to write because we need to practice more questions. Because the management accounting questions are not like FA. FA questions are standard formats. Management accounting is not like that. It is like innovative questions. The principles are same, but you have to think in a different way. Right? Therefore, we should practice more questions. So in MA, normally, when I explain questions, you feel very easy and understand. When you try by yourself, it's a disaster. That's the normal nature of MA questions. So don't sit exams without doing sufficient question practice. Is that clear? Understood? Done? Copy? Right. Okay. Now try this question by yourself. Try by yourself. Finished? So first we need to find out here. Yes, Vaibhav, correct. Highest activity 14,000. Lowest activity 9,000. So let's take B is equals to 47,200 minus 35,700 divided by 14,000 minus 9,000. B is equals to 2.3 per unit. Now y is equals to a plus bx. I am substituting here highest level. You can take lowest level if you want. 47,200 equals a plus 2.3 into 14,000. That means 47,200 a plus here 32,200. So O total fixed cost is equals to 15,000. So I can formulate y is equals to 15,000 plus 2.3x. This is the formula. They are asking us to calculate variable cost per unit only, no? Okay, but we find out this, right? Suppose if they ask us to calculate, total cost at 11,000 units, how to get it? Y is equals 15,000 plus 2.3 into 11,000. How much y is equals to? Y is equals to 40,000. They didn't ask, but just I am doing. Okay, you can do forecasting also. Understood? 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 Right. Now I am moving to a bit complicated area. Okay. What is the assumption? Fixed cost is constant, variable cost is constant. But in practical, fixed cost is also not constant. Variable cost per unit is also not constant. For example, let's say petrol price, morning one price, next day morning another price. So variable cost is also changing in the practical context. Fixed cost is also step up in the practical context, right? So rent also, we are telling it is fixed cost, but in the long run, if you take rent is also step fixed cost only. So the real terms, fixed cost is not always constant. There are possibilities of step up. So when there is a step fixed cost, how to handle high-low method? Because I am going to break one assumption here. What is the assumption? Fixed cost is always constant, but now it is not always constant. Then how I am going to do the question? Bit tricky. There are few adjustments we should do. Right. So heading right down, high-low method with step fixed cost. High-low method with step fixed cost. High-low method with step fixed cost. mark it as important, and put a star. When I said put a star, it is complicated area, you should focus more. So when you put stars, right, star means something like this, right, that mark says it is complicated. You got my point? So you should focus more. Now concentrate. Activity, concentrate. Let's say activity is units, total cost 100 units, 200 units, 300 units. Let's say total cost 10,000, 15,000, 19,000. This is how they gave. Just assume like that. Right. Now, so far the total fixed cost is constant, but let's take like this: 100 units, 200 units, 300 units. Fixed cost is constant up to 200 units. After 200 units, fixed cost is increasing. After 200 units, fixed cost is increasing, which means for these two activities, fixed cost is constant. That means before step up. Before step up. This activity, fixed cost increased. Fixed cost increased. That is after step up. That is after step. You got my point? You got my point? So within this question, students, there is a step up situation. There is a step up situation. When a question comes like this, within the data, fixed cost is not constant. Fixed cost is not constant. Then what you should do is you should select two activities, the point where fixed cost is constant. Two activities, the point where fixed cost is, it can be before step up, it can be after step up. In this question, before step up. So, highest activity is this, lowest activity is this. Why I ignored 300? Because it is after step up. So, we need to identify two activities where fixed cost is constant. Where fixed cost is constant. So here also fixed cost constant, here also fixed cost constant. That is how we apply scenarios to step fixed cost. Is that clear? Blindly you can't take 300 as highest activity because fixed cost is changing. When fixed cost is stepped up, before stepped up or after step up, two activities should be chosen. Before step up or after step up, two activities should be chosen. The highest and lowest activity should be chosen based on before or after step up. Before or after step up. In this question, it is before step up. In this question, it is before step up. Is that clear? Right. Concentrate. Again. 100 units, 200 units, 300 units. 10,000, 15,000, 19,000. Total cost. Normally, what is highest activity? 300. Normally, what is lowest activity? 100. What is the assumption? Fixed cost is remain constant. But in this question, up to 200 units, fixed cost is constant. At 200 units, fixed cost is step up. Therefore, fixed cost is constant at 100 and 200. Fixed cost increased at 300. Fixed cost increased at 300. When we are selecting high-low method, highest lowest activity, we should select two activities before step up or after step up. After step up, only one activity I have. But before step up, I have two activities. Yes or no? So highest activity is 200, lowest activity is 100. Is that clear? Rule understood? Rule understood? Vibe of rule understood? Understood? Yes. Just copy this example. I'll dictate explanations. Just copy this example under. Just copy. I'll give explanation. Vaibhav ji understood? If you didn't understand, no worries. I'll do one question. Again, you can understand. Just copy. I'll dictate. Shall we do like this? Sunday, shall I practice all the papers at once? Questions. Without teaching theory. I told you, today paper, tomorrow paper, day after tomorrow paper, all those papers at once, Sunday I'll discuss. So those who are absent, you can check the recordings and correct if you want. You got my point. So I'm not going to discuss papers today. Tomorrow also I'm not. I gave a revision tutorial. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, all 3 papers are there. You should practice. Today you go home and do cost classification. Okay. Sunday I'll discuss the entire questions at once. I'll give you one question now. Under that, write down. I'll give points in very simple terms, so simple English, fine. Okay. When there is a step fixed cost, within total cost, highest and lowest activity should be chosen before or after step up. Before or after step up. Okay. Second point. Fixed cost should constant. Fixed cost should constant within selected activity levels. What are the selected activity levels? Highest and lowest. That is the rule. Clear? Right. Now students, that I'll give you a question. That question is not there in the tutor, so write it down. So write down a question. Irfan Limited has the following total cost at 3 activity levels. So units 4,000, 6,000, 7,500. Total cost 40,800, 50,000, 54,800. Variable cost per unit constant. Variable cost per unit constant. No problem. There is a step up of 10% in the total fixed cost, when activity level exceed 5,500 units. 5,500 units. 5,500 units. Question: calculate total cost at 5,000 units and 10,000 units. 5,000 units and 10,000 units. Okay, right. Now concentrate. Don't do this question. I'll do. Concentrate. See here, students. If I plot a graph, they gave 4,000 units. Six thousand units, 7,500 units, 4,000 units, 6,000 units, 7,500 units. Is that clear? And they said, concentrate, they said at 5,500 units, 5,500 units, there is a step up. There is a step up. How much stepped up? 10%. That means before step up 100 means after step up 110. So if I take 100 here, assumption, how much here? 100. Is that clear? And they gave three activities. One is 6,000, another one is 7,000, another one is 4,000. But two activities comes at after step up or before step up? After step up. Therefore, I should choose highest and lowest based on the. I should choose two activities after step up. Is that clear? Highest and lowest. Is that clear? First copy this graph first. Always when you are getting a question like this, put a graph. That is easy for you to understand. First draw this graph. Am I fast? Teaching fast? No, right? Right. Now, concentrate. This is out. This is out. You know why? It is before step up. Highest activity 7,500. Correct? Lowest activity 6,000. Lowest activity 6,000. Logic understood? Now B is equals to 54,000. 54,800 divided by 50,000. 7,500 minus 6,000. Get the value of B, students. $3.2 per unit. Concentrate. Don't write answers. I'll give time to copy. Don't worry. Right. Concentrate. Okay. Putting everything into the books, putting everything into the brain. Which one is important? Concentrate. So 3.2 per unit, students, after step up or before step up? Very much important. Okay. Now students, y is equals to a plus bx. Y is equals to a plus bx. I substitute y 54,800. So 54,800, a plus b is 3.2 multiplied by 7,500. So 54,800, a plus, get the value. $24,000. So A or total fixed cost, how much? 30,800. Concentrate, students. Concentrate. Important. Total fixed cost is 30,800. This is after step up. This is after step up. Concentrate. After step up means 110%. After step up means 110%. So 30,800 is your 110. Now I need to find out total fixed cost before step up. Why? I'll tell you the reason. The question they ask, cost at 5,000 units. To find out the cost at 5,000 units, I need to find out fixed cost at before step up. Understood? So now here, students, 30,800 is 110. So 100 how much? Get the value. $28,000. So 28,000 cost is total fixed cost. This is before step up. This is before step up. So graph, this is 28,000, 10% increase, 30,800. 30,800. Understood? So in this question, only different part is what? There are two fixed costs. There are two fixed costs. Before step up and after step up. Is that clear? Now I can formulate function before step up. Before step up function is y is equals to 28,000 plus 3.2x. After step up, y is equals to 30,800 plus 3.2x. Understood? 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 Now students, concentrate at 5,000 units. 5,000 units is before step up or after step up? Before step up. So y is equals to 28,000 plus 3.2x. Y is equals to 28,000 plus 3.2 multiplied by 5,000. Y is equals to how much? $44,000, correct? Correct. Now at 10,000 units. At 10,000 units. 10,000 units is before step up or after step up? After step up. Therefore, y is equals to 30,800 plus 3.2x. Y is equals to 30,800 plus 3.2 into 10,000. Y is equals to 30,800 plus 32,000. Y is equals to 62,800. Y is equals to 62,800. Is that clear? More than 5,500. This is after step up. 5,000 is less than 5,500 before step up, and I find out the cost. So when there is a step fixed cost, before step up, after step up matter. Try to find out two activity before step up or after step up. If they ask any activity levels total cost before step up, formulate before step up function. If they ask any cost at highest after step up activity level, formulate a function at higher activity level, which means after step up activity level. Is that clear? Understood. Now copy this. Online students understood? When you are writing, write it properly, huh? Step by step. Otherwise, later confused. No? Those who started ACCA with this subject, are you comfortable with my explanations? Shape. Okay. If you understood this subject, fine. The rest is not that difficult for you. BT and FA. Right. This is most difficult area. Right. So if you're comfortable with this subject, other two are not difficult. Okay. Fine. So put your maximum effort, especially those who are first subject students. Right. Put your maximum effort. That gives you too much of confidence to you all. Because the rest two subjects are not that difficult. Easily you can do. Right. Now, done. Right now, I gave two assumptions. Can you remember those two assumptions? What are those two assumptions? Fixed cost is remain constant, unit variable cost is remain constant. But in an inflationary economy, country like India, Sri Lanka, right, price levels are not constant. Right. One egg, how much? 7 or 8. Okay, now. So last session when I did audit in Bangalore, 1 year before, it is 4.5. Now it is 7.5. Sri Lanka, daily basis price changing it. Now I think it is 55 rupees one egg. Right? 55, yes. Tea, 120 rupees. How much tea here? 20? 12? 120 rupees. So what I am telling is, we are living in a economy which always fluctuate. Price is not constant. Price is not constant. Price is varying. Inflationary economy. It's not a deflationary economy, inflationary economy. Sri Lanka, I would say hyperinflationary economy. Right. So what I am trying to tell you here, then you have a doubt, right? One egg, 50 rupees, how you all are surviving there? Huh? No. India, majority of your consumption, which means your income, real income, goes to education and health. The remaining goes to the other expenses. Yes or no? For us, education is full free. From grade 1 to till MBA, college, it is everything is free. Everything is free. Government will give 5,000 rupees per month for studies. Hostel free, food free, books free, library facilities free, and all things are free. School admission, everything is free. Everything is free. Even school books free. School uniform free. No need to spend on those things. Even cancer patients, cancer treatment, kidney transplant, everything, heart, open heart surgery, everything free. You got my point? Those two are free means be ready to pay whatever the amount for other things. One egg is 50, no problem. You got my point? So people can survive. With these two, let's say we need to pay for these two also, then it's a disaster. You got. That's the difference here and there. Fine. You all are paying everything for what? These two, we are not paying a single rupee, but we are paying massive amounts for other things because it's an import-based economy, right? So from egg also we are importing, water bottles also we are importing, everything we are import only, right? So that's the difference. Leave it. Now, countries like Sri Lanka, country like India, price is not constant. How to do high-low method if unit variable cost get changed? That is also possible, right? So write down heading high-low method with unit variable cost changes. High-low method with unit variable cost changes. Okay, same rule. Fixed cost means what I told. You should choose two activity where fixed cost is constant. Yes or no? Here you should choose two activity where variable cost is constant. Right? So write it down. Choose two activity levels. Choose two activity levels where variable cost per unit remain constant as per step fixed cost computation, which means here also you should took two activities based on the fixed cost, because variable cost later on we calculating. Is that clear? Right. Do you want to do one question for this also? Shall we do? Can you do by yourself? No. Okay, let's do one question. Write down one question. One side write down units, other side write down total cost. 200, 300, 400, 7,000, 8,000, 8,600. For output, volumes above 350 units, variable cost per unit falls by 10%. Calculate total cost at 450 units. Calculate total cost at 450 units. So here they are telling more than 350 unit students, variable cost is changing. So you all know variable cost per unit is constant. Yes or no? Same rule like step fixed cost. So up to 350 units, variable cost is constant. After 350 units, variable cost is reducing by 10%. Variable cost is reducing by 10%. So here, if you looked at, now it is not fixed cost, unit variable cost. That's why I draw like this. Fine. So if we take the outputs, 200 units is given, 300 units is given, 400 units is given. So two activities where variable cost is constant is 200 and 300. So 300 is highest activity, 200 is lowest activity. 200 is lowest activity. Understood? Copy this. Right. Now students, let's apply this same method. What is highest activity? B is equals 8,000 minus 7,000 divided by 300 minus 200. B is equals to 10 per unit. Concentrate. Before step up or after step up? Not step up, before change. Before change. This variable cost before change. Now, variable cost after change. Variable cost after change. So, 10 reduced by 10%. Yes or no? 0.9. How much? Why 0.9? 1 reduced by 10%. So 10 reduced by how much? Right. How much? 9 per unit. This is after change. After change. So now let's calculate y value is 8,000. A plus B value is 10. X is how much? 300. Get Y value. Get Y value. How much? Sorry, A is how much? 3,000, 8,000. So A total fixed cost is 5,000. 5,000 is remain constant. 5,000 is remain constant. So here they ask y is equals to 5,000 plus 10x. This is before. Y is equals 5,000 plus 9x. This is after. How much they ask? 450 units. So at 450 units, after or before? After. So y is equals 5,000 plus 9x. Y is equals 5,000 plus 9 multiplied by 450. Get the value? 9,000. Understood? Understood? Copy this. Sir, how did that 0.9 come? Because 10% reduce, no. 10% reduce becomes 0.9. That's why for 0.9, 10 how much? Vaibhav understood. 10% increase means 1.1. 20% decrease means 0.8. Okay, copy this. Today go home, practice entire thing from the beginning. No? Okay. Right. Heading write down. Heading write down. Copy. Cost equation already we discussed. Cost equation y is equals to a plus bx. I teach you with the high-low method. Okay. Heading write down cost codes. Heading write down cost codes. As I told you, to feed in ERP system, normally we are using coding system because computers don't know the description of the inventory, description of the cost. Computer, we should feed with numbers. So cost coding, there are different methodologies we used when it comes to coding. Right? Number one, write down sequential code. Number one, write down sequential code. Sequential code. Sequential code 001. Let's take this is electricity. 001 electricity. Right. 002 water. So 001. Even your invoice is prepared on a sequential coding system only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 like that. Okay. Number two, second coding system we call block code. Second coding system is block code. Block code means 000 to 1000. This is expenses. Let's say 1001 to 2000. This is, let's say, revenue. Likewise, a block key is allocated to do the coding. Third coding system, hierarchical coding system. Hierarchical coding system. So if you take one is revenue, 1.1 revenue from Bangalore. (1.2) revenue Chennai. 1.3 revenue Tambaram. (1.11) revenue from ACCA Bangalore. Understood? So likewise, hierarchical coding system is used. Hierarchical coding system is used. Number four, significant digit code. Significant digit code. Significant digit code means when the volume is high, wholesale businesses, they use the significant unit codes, which means, let's say, for example, code is 2000 means paper clips, but 2010 means 10 packets of paper clips. Someone asked 10 packets paper clips. The invoice is 2010. 2020 means 20 packets of clips. 20 packets of paper clips. Right. So this is called significant digit code. 10 means 10 packets, 20 means 20 packets, 30 means 30 packets. But 2000 means single units. 2000 means single units. Number 5, pasted code. Pasted code. Pasted code. Pasted code means how many of you are using land phone? Landline? No one? Landline numbers. Chennai 044. Tanjavur. Kumbakonam. Chennai, everyone knows 044, no? Then what about other regions? Different, right? Bangalore is a pasted code. When I gave my number 0094, this is how it started, right? 0094 is Sri Lankan number, Sri Lankan pasted code. India 0091. When I save your number, always in front of your numbers, I should put 0091. So this is India. This is Sri Lanka. Fine. Australia. Zero zero 61. UK. Zero zero 44. So all these are pasted codes. All these are pasted. Right. So like Sri Lanka, India, Australia, UK, pasted codes. So normally in front of your mobile number, this pasted code matter. Pasted code matter. So pasted code is identifying the element. Based on the code, you can identify the element. So if you get a call, definitely if it is not from India, based on that code, you can identify from where you are getting that code. Right. Irfan, Brunei? 673. Simple. Others may don't know. Pasted code is that. Okay. Identification purpose. Next one. Number 6. Mnemonic code. M silent. You all using this. What is meant by mnemonic code? In your school, for teachers, you keep some secret codes, right? No? No. You are not calling teachers with some secret digit codes. No. No, you don't have codes. Name. No codes, but name. Right. Actually, mnemonic code is for the understanding, like cost and all at shops. The price, real cost XYZ. Only the owner knows what is XYZ. The selling price may be 1000, but the cost is XYZ. Only owner knows what is XYZ. Right. And also when you are writing notes also you are using what? This mnemonic codes. For example, non-current assets, if I said, how you all write? NCA. Right. Example, how you all are writing? EG, EX. What is the difference? In which situation you should put EX, in which situation you should put EG. Exercise is EX, example is EG. Then why you all are using interchangeable? Right, okay, see here. All these are mnemonic code. So write down NCA, non-current assets. Doctors using in prescription. Right. What it mean? Don't know, right? Huh? Problem. All are mnemonic code. Okay. And those who involved in money laundering, Hawala, they also using this code only. And those who involved in terrorist activities, terrorism, those people also using mnemonic code only. Satellite phone, right? Sri Lanka, that attack, actually it is performed by a political party to get the power. Right, now it's almost over. You know, the IGP, Inspector General of Police, last week, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, Defense Secretary of the country, previous 2021 or 22 no, attack, right? That East attack, bomb attack, right? So Defense Secretary and the Inspector General of Police, both death sentence 1 week before. And previous president now into trouble now because he is the person responsible for what? Defense. And clearly communicated, yet clearly planned by them. How it get caught? In their satellite phone connection. Within the country satellite phone, huh? Right. All are ruling people, huh? Right. So when the power lost, they are trying to take that power back. For that, they create what? A problem. They are ready to kill more than 600 people killed in that incident, you know, right? And in that telephone conversation, right, they use mnemonic code. Alex, Alpha, Beta. Alpha gave this instruction. Beta, you follow. Now we don't know who is Alpha, who is Beta. Right. And the entire scene is cooked by military intelligence. Army, police, defense secretary, presidents, people who involved. And finally, all these secret codes identified. How? Through their laptops. Who is alpha, who is beta, who is theta, all those theta, beta, beta, everything get caught. So mnemonic code is used at that situations also. You got my point? If you look at movies, Tamil movies, right, there are a lot of mnemonic codes. After killing someone, some signs will be there, right? They might write something and go. It's a mnemonic code. Kumbipagam. Mnemonic code. Yes or no? Which movie? You got my point. So mnemonic code is like have a meaning, right? Certain meanings are visible, certain meanings are invisible. Okay. Next one. REV. Sorry. What is REV? Revenue. RIP. What is RIP? Very good. Rest in peace. All these are mnemonic code. All these are mnemonic code. Understood? So that's all. Second chapter. Right? Okay. Now students, write down new heading. Chapter number 3, accounting for material. Chapter number 3, accounting for material. So today go home, practice. I'll share these tunes also. Right. For the app, it will take another 1 day to upload. Okay. So I'll share with you. Right. So accounting for material. Please do that questions. Right. In that revision questions which I sent. Right. Cost classification. You have lot of questions. You have lot of questions. Today itself finish it off. Sunday we'll discuss everything at once. Okay. Accounting for material. What is meant by material? Normally, if you look at the product costing, manufacturing industry, material cost is the major cost. Material cost is the major cost. Our primary purpose of management accounting is creating value. As I told you, when we are trying to create value, we should increase selling price to increase the profit, or else we should reduce the cost. Best way to reduce the cost is controlling material cost. Controlling material cost, because labor cost earlier significant, now insignificant. Right? If you take all the industry in the world, right? Labor is indirect cost. Most of the labor cost is fixed cost. All are working for monthly salary. Only few sectors are still working as direct labor, where we can influence significantly, right? Like doctors, like pilots, right? They are also flying hours. Based on the flying hours, they get benefited, right? Like lecturers, right? Based on the teaching hours, they get benefited. Only few industries are very lucrative for labor. All other industries are fixed cost only. Whether you worked or not, 30,000 is 30,000 only. That is fixed cost, right? Therefore, through that we unable to control the product now, because the cost is fixed always. You got my point? But when it comes to material, that is the best place to reduce the cost. That is the best place to reduce the cost, right? With the technology, lot of changes happen, right? One of the major changes is just in time. Earlier, we buy material, we keep in the stores, we hire people to look after the material. Stores maintenance matter, stores insurance matter. If something happened, fire accident or something happened, all out. Yes or no? But now, just in time is one method that we use. We are not storing anything. No insurance cost, no warehouse required, no damages, no theft. This is also a big problem. Those who are doing business, especially grocery shop and all, the biggest risk is what? Theft. So all those risks is eliminated. We reduce the cost by just in time, and also wastage is reduced. There are a lot of concepts are there to control this material cost. So in this topic, we are going to study how to control inventory, how to reduce inventory cost. What are the techniques that we can use to optimize inventory? rather than maximizing inventory. Maximizing inventory is a foolish decision nowadays. If you look at people who are doing business, I don't know how many of you are coming from business background. Majority of the people are doing business out of third party capital. Bill to bill. What is bill to bill means? Put the goods, I will sell. After I sold, I'll give you back. That means I'm doing business, someone else capital. I'm not ready to invest. See, most of the business people, what they do is they invested in real estate. They are earnings. Their earnings they invest in real estate. Their earnings they invested in gold. When they do business out of others' capital. Suppliers' capital. Customers' capital. They give some discounts and get customers' money soon. They delay payments to suppliers. Check to check. Bill to bill. Installments. Per day, come and take 5,000 and go. Likewise, free finance is used by the business. In that case, why we should keep too much of inventory? Best example is Toyota. Toyota is using all these inventory control concepts. And now there are arguments, people are telling, BYD is the best. Toyota is out of date. Out. Toyota is out. Now EV vehicles only. Still Toyota believes EV cannot replace existing vehicles. That's why Toyota is not moving to EV. But Toyota is very smart. What they are doing is they advance their hybrid technology. What is hybrid technology? Battery and fuel. 100% EV, Toyota is not moving. That is not their product line. So what I am trying to tell you is their supply chain is very strong. Their supply chain is very strong. Because of that supply chain strong, supply network is strong. Once you place the order, then only they start production. So it's simple. Supply chain should be very much important. Amazon, Flipkart, when you place the order, they connect everything. Amazon don't have a single piece of inventory. Flipkart don't have a single piece of inventory. Meesho don't have a single piece of inventory. Instamart, they don't have a single piece of inventory. Inventory is zero. But their supply chain is strong. When the supply chain is strong, you can do business without inventory. Toyota, once you place the order, all the requirements, inventories, the notification goes to the supplier interface. Everything is assembled at one point. Operation started. Once operation is finished, immediately finished good moves to the shipment. The finished good is not moved to their warehouse because they don't have warehouse. That's how they work. That is the point where Motorola failed. Motorola also tried to adapt just in time. They failed. You know why? Because Toyota have a very strong supply chain. I don't know whether you studied or not. Under BT you might study value chain, value network. This is very much important. Primary activity and secondary activity. You should have a very strong supply chain, very strong value chain, very strong value network. Then only just in time is possible. But nowadays this is questionable because like zero inventory, without inventory doing business is greater risk. You know why? After COVID. When COVID comes, the logistics get affected. There is this huge disruption to supply chain. At that point, inventory matters. Therefore, you can't ignore inventory. So now the scholars are arguing, yes, a minimum level of inventory is required for companies with uncertain situations. When supply chain is interrupted, it's a big problem. The best example, the Modi ji is telling to you all, don't buy gold. Told, right? Hey Indians, don't buy gold. When you buy gold, it's a big hit to the market. Our dollar reserves are getting affected. Don't waste food. Population wise, India is big population. If you waste something, it is material to world. world. So Modi ji clearly told, don't buy gold, please hold, because it significantly affect the dollar market. It significantly affect the dollar market. You know what happened? In US Federation, they increased interest rate. They increased interest rate to standardize dollar price after this Middle East crisis. But when Indians and Chinese government is purchasing, Indian peoples are purchasing. When these both countries are consuming more gold, what will happen? Dollar stabilization get affected. Dollar get depreciate. Why dollar get depreciate? You are creating huge demand for gold. When you are creating huge demand for gold, gold price will increase. When gold price will increase, people will invest in gold from dollar to gold. Share market drop. Nifty, last 2 years, go and see, there is a drop. Gold price, $5,000 from 2,800. Because of whom? Consumption pattern. So when there is a supply chain is interrupted, Iran war, Middle East war, logistics problem, Hormuz, Strait Hormuz, problem. So when these kind of things happen, material matter. If you don't have material, problem. But unfortunately, most of the Indians, you purchase gold at peak. You purchase silver at peak. So when you are investing in gold or silver, be careful. You should be analyzed properly. Now the market is fall. Now market is 4,200, 300. It went up to $5,000. Right? When it's at 4,800, people expect, no, it will go further. We'll buy. No, it is not like that. Right? You understood what I'm saying? Right? Therefore, when uncertain situations arise, there is an interruption to logistics, supply chain, then inventory matter. So compared to previous decades, importance of inventory is reduced. Why? Because in Sri Lanka, we got massive income through rubber. And we got massive income through cinnamon. We got massive income through pepper. Sri Lankan cinnamon, Sri Lankan tea, Sri Lankan pepper, and Sri Lankan rubber. Solid export materials. Right? In India, if you take 1 kg of pepper, in Sri Lanka, it is equals to 350 grams pepper. The same spiciness you can get it. Within 350 grams, you can get it. 2 spice. You understood? That's how the land locations and everything get changed. The taste also get changed. Right? So what I'm trying to tell you is, after artificial rubber came into the market, Sri Lankan rubber out. We are telling real rubber, this is a solid rubber, good rubber. Price is high. Now, material is not a big issue. You know why? Everything is created through artificial. Real strawberry ring, expensive. Get lost. Strawberry flavor. Put it, ring. So material is not what? Important factor. Can I tell now like this? Our rubber is only the best rubber. Okay, keep it with you. We have alternative rubber. So after these technological changes, importance of material is reduced. But still, we need to manage and control these materials. Tomorrow onwards, let's see how to handle this. Did you study this FIFO method, LIFO method, ACCA method in your college? Did you study the reorder level, EOQ, economic order quantity? So all those things we'll discuss tomorrow. It's an easy area, right? So what is the time now? 12:06. So tomorrow at what time we are starting? Wait. Please remind me for attendance. No attendance. Students, tomorrow onwards, after break, remind me to mark the attendance. Huh? Because I think after 12 o'clock, you can't mark.